Hello, welcome to the EagleSix Airsoft video. We are going to be doing a full package on this SGR12. So for those interested in obviously watching this probably long video, yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. We're going to be obviously fully upgrading the SGR12. So if you're interested in such things, obviously continue, and you'll be able to see obviously a start to finish build on this SGR12. Obviously, you know, from our perspective, obviously we're doing it to obviously, you know, demonstrate the build, educate, teach, you know, so there's teaching videos, but also obviously for the customers, you know, gets to keep it forever. He's got a build video, hopefully interesting for them. Obviously, you know, some customers obviously like to or want to see obviously their you know what goes into their guns, and you know, might be just many reasons for potentially doing this, but yeah, obviously it covers us as well, because obviously you can clearly see all the work we're doing and how long it takes, and obviously what parts are going into it. So yeah, and hopefully interesting for people. If not, like I say, skip to the end, you'll see the testing of it, and you'll just be able to sort of see its work. Otherwise, between now and then, it's just going to be a lot of me, you know, tinkering with this gun and building it. So we can start with stripping down the So we'll start by stripping down the SGR12, because obviously we need to get to the actual gearbox assembly. So we'll start by taking this upper receiver off. So we need to get this sling point off at the front, which is looks like a 2.5. Hold on, I've not put anything back. Okay, so this takes the sling point off. Sling point could be turned around if you want to, so it doesn't matter which side it goes back on. It's personal preference. So we're going to take this lower off, which is going to be a torque screwdriver. Probably something along the lines of a T20. Let's try that. Okay, so I'm just going to put screws down side by side, just do a length check. So as you can see there, if you know, I mean, both screws are the same, so in terms of orientation and making sure that they go back in the right place doesn't matter, but we're just going to pop them back in there. Okay, so got some more torque screws. Okay, we're just going to pop them down and just do a quick comparison. It's really important that we often get, just an example, I've literally had an SGR12 that come back, and a previous tech had reassembled it, and they put the wrong length screw in one of these holes. It had gone through and into the gearbox, and had pressed in the gearbox, so basically it sort of bowed in and caved in. Again, like I say, this is the screw that comes out on a brand new gun, and obviously these should all be put in back in the right place. So let's just, you know, take your time, you know, check things like obviously screw length and stuff. Obviously, no matter how many times I do these guns, you know, just go back through the same process, and you know, that's what I call best practice, and try and follow it. There's always going to be certain things that obviously over time you skip and do a bit faster, just because you're repeating the same thing over and over. yeah, it's you know, say from a teaching perspective, it's best to, you know, just show obviously the start to finish the best way. Okay, so should lift off at the back, and then it should slide forward, paying attention to the fact that, like, so you see the rail is underneath that. So obviously if you wanted to go back on, you're going to have to go that side of the that front support, okay? Sway bag. I'm just popping into that upper receiver. I'm just going to move that upper receiver across and out of the way, so that so I've got the screws with it. I want a bit more room. I may even start getting all this area over here cleared down, so I've got somewhere to put the parts and keep this area clear. Right. Right, so what's next? So obviously we've got this lower frame to come off, which won't come off unless we remove this mag catch over here. We've also got this, so we can start stripping this back down. This has got this annoying cover on it, which so we've got this button to remove the butt pad. Okay, and then place that to the side. We also have to remove this top pad, which can be a little bit annoying to move. So you want like some kind of a large bladed screwdriver. What we're going to try and do is try and knock this back. There it goes. So I'm going to try and do it as carefully as possible in regards to this area, but unfortunately, like I say, we need to hit this forward in some form or fashion in order to get this bad boy off. Right, so 1, 2, 3 screws at the back here, another screw here, and then 2 more screws either side, and then we're going to move this assembly and put it over here. Alright, so once that cover's removed, we can go ahead and pop a screw into there, that screw there, and that screw there, so we have the orientation for going back. So depending on the motor, we may need to do modifications to the back of this. So we may need to modify some of these things at the back here. It's really interesting material this is made out of. It's got like a sort of textured coat to it. It's like a sort of 3D print. Don't know if they just had a texture finish to the actual mould itself. I believe they get that through lasering, so you can laser etch a sort of texture to it. Righty. So we need to separate this clam like this at the back here. So obviously we need to remove the screws. One, two, okay, so I mean, if you really want to know obviously the orientation, top with the notch, and then obviously bottom, you know, the L-shaped one goes like that, with obviously the, you know, gets a little confusing. So it's worth pointing out that TM have fit a metal bushing here, which is really odd, you know, because obviously we don't actually see much failure there at all. So you know, it's not very common that 6mm plastic bushings go on bevels. It's most common on sectors and spurs, yeah. So because obviously they take the most load from that initial impact of the piston pickup, you know, what do they call it? Sideways load, torsional load, is it? You know, so going sideways. So so yeah, it's yeah. So that's the why we replace these ones, because obviously they can wear, plus the amount of rounds some of these products that fire support magazines can often be quite a lot. Thus, you know, exceeding TM's a service interval period of 50,000 rounds. So we've also got, because obviously we're just got this middle section now to remove, give us access. You know, obviously section. So we've got another Allen key here, and we've also got some more Allen keys underneath here. So one, two shorts, two long. Take them off with it. Don't mix them up. Yeah. So. You know, with the advent of obviously the terrible EMG SEMA version, apologies if you own that and you're watching this, you know, but it is. The lemon rate was very high, feeding issues, but yeah, if you have got one of them, then, you know, good luck. So, but there's loads of them out there now, so obviously there may well be people looking for this information and videos and stuff on doing these. What happens when the clone versions come out. Obviously it brings you know, TM's guns to the masses that otherwise might have not ever owned one, because they, you know, will never be able to afford the price. Just not a dig just a fact. So everyone's got different price points. So so we don't mind the clones. I wouldn't buy them just because I have in the past and always get bitten. So another one here. Okay, and we can put this with that section there. We're going to move this and make sure it's in, whenever you disassemble a TM, always obviously make sure it's in safe position. That's usually the most common form of selector position. I believe we've got a couple of hooks at the back here which we just need to prise it up over. So that can just be completely removed. You know, obviously you've got the grip there, which is, I saw one gentleman put a MOSFET in the base of that. My personal preference, if you had to replace this MOSFET for whatever reason, you know, maybe somebody's killed it, or maybe you're getting continual, you know, errors with obviously the battery detection system, it can happen. But obviously if you are getting errors on this MOSFET system, we've done a lot of builds on these now, you know, don't make the assumption, you know, incorrect assumption that your shimming is perfect. Okay, if this is kicking up and we had this with our training that we did on these, if you have like I say, a red light popping up on these, investigate. Yeah, so at the very least put a manual amp tester on and check the gun. It should be less than 20 amp draw. If it's not, you know, that's probably why this thing's kicking up an error. So so rather than obviously replace the FET, which like I say is an option, you're effectively bypassing the safety stuff to get obviously a resolution. You know, like I say, look at the motor, look at the shimming, see if you can obviously get a reduction in amp draw, and thus removing the fault. But like I say, if it persists and you really want to do it, I quite like installation under this. So what I do is I drill 2 holes in here, and then what I do is I feed the wires going into the hole, and I install a small Pico from Gate or a similar MOSFET underneath on the inside. Then I bring the wires back up and back round, and then obviously into the trigger mechanism. So and thus obviously the MOSFET remains on the inside, which is quite neat, and then you bring the wires up obviously out, and obviously it remains quite flush externally. It's a really nice neat solution, but yeah, it's not for everyone, but that's what I like to do if you had to change the MOSFET on this. So we need to get this bracket out the way. This wire here with obviously the MOSFET goes to the trigger contacts. This is a gate wire, so or activation wire. So obviously the MOSFET being a MOSFET, we call it MOSFET. Obviously it's a bit more complicated than that nowadays. It's a whole control board or PCB board with MOSFETs on it. So, and obviously MOSFET being a switching FET, so it's going to be you know, it's going to have current effectively going through it, and then coming out of it will be what they call the gate wire or switching wire, which is going to be this one here. It's basically, it has a very low voltage going through it, so that way obviously you get this high voltage coming in and out over here, like in a circuit. So and then obviously it only activates, you know, with 1 volt, thus switch saving and saving the contact switches, because these only have 1 volt, so when they touch, obviously very low voltage going across them, so therefore you get no arcing, so you're saving the contact switches as the original purpose of obviously MOSFETs back in the day. A side effect of obviously the MOSFET MOSFETs and control boards was that people noticed or measured about a 20% increase in overall performance and rate of fire and trigger response and general operation being quicker. So obviously, so nowadays people obviously fit them for performance reasons, but obviously the original purpose back in the day was that obviously you never get any of this arcing or burning on the trigger contacts because you've got a very low current going across this gate wire. So yeah, but this is a plug. If you're going to do aftermarket ones, you can buy these plugs. JST plugs, and they do them in different sizes, if you know what I mean. So just make sure you get the right size to fit into there, and then you can just basically wire in a JST plug coming off your whatever MOSFET you install, and it'll just have a nice quick disconnect. It's quite nice, rather than doing something hardwired through there, and it's a pain in the ass to disconnect it then. So we're going to remove all this MOSFET and this mounting bracket. T10? Where did I put that? T20, sorry. Oh no, Phillips on this one. I believe these are different lengths, so again we'll just do our length checks just to make sure. So a long one. It's also worth pointing out that is self-tapping. So long one, self-tapping. First time I've come across self-tapping thus far, so everything up to this point has been machine thread. And short one, okay, at the back there. So pop that there, those there. So you can't refit this incorrectly, it's directional, so there's no way to get that installed incorrectly. So we need to remove this bracket, support bracket here. There is some parts that are cross compatibility with SGR12, but if you're buying external parts or things like triggers and selector switches and stuff like that, then we highly recommend buying SGR12 specific parts and spares, because there is some difference between them, even though obviously yes, they take similar internal parts. So we want to get rid of the MOSFET, get it out of the way. I might be able to just leave it in situ. No, we'll get it out of the way. It's just done then, isn't it? So, so we're going to have at the back here quite a beast of a unit to work on. This, isn't it? So just pay obviously attention to where the wires are coming up. Yeah, so they come up neatly here because there's a nice little nook for obviously the thing to fit over. There's on the back of it there's a perfect cutout for this. You'll find it on a lot of TMs, right? So but that little cutout there is actually a perfect slot to fit this. So this fits perfectly down there and clips in place. So obviously if we're going to be switching over to Dean's, which is on the paperwork, we're going to remove these. So I normally don't like modifying things, but it doesn't have too much of a detriment, and obviously it allows us to get this a much bigger battery in there. So so yeah, but yeah, we'll modify that. Keep knocking these out, don't I? Okay, so we need a set of pliers. So there's the fuse, 25 amp on this bad boy. So quite a long screw at the back there. a little cover. So we'll leave it all in. You can pick that apart and take out the little so they are screwed on this. Okay, so so obviously you'll need some fork connectors if you do get any custom MOSFET options. I'm going to screw these back in. I forgot to check with the customer whether these are donate parts or not, so I'll have to give them a phone call back. I mean, it's an interesting orientation there of the wiring going straight down. That's probably so that obviously as the thing connects on, obviously we're going to be fitting an aftermarket motor on there. You know, what we could do is you know, fit a yeah, I mean, we'll probably end up stripping these actually, so and going with a spade connectors, which, like I say, is ironically a smidge of a downgrade, because obviously they've put these on here and there's absolutely no way for these to come off. Spade connectors you can, but we'll have to obviously make it compatible with the new motor, and I don't believe they have screws on the brushless bad boys. It's much better to get the gain of having a brushless motor installed. So again, small list of Phillips, so that we can get access to these small tiny little screws. It's going to allow us to put the cover to the side, and then you can just lever up on screws. Sorry. So a common failure point on these is if you wiggle these wires a lot enough, obviously the solder points can come off. So just bear in mind that, you know, like I say, to restore operation you'd have to resolder that, which is a butt clench moment. Okay, so you've got the heat sort of spreader pad thing at the bottom, if you know what I mean. It kind of screws it in place and obviously joins it to the metal, you know, obviously to separate a little bit of that heat that it generates. We can now put them to the side. Right. I really want to do the barrel assembly first, but I don't know if we're going to have time. So I also obviously want to get the bushings seated, you know, before I leave, so obviously they can be resting overnight. So I think we'll start with seating the bushings first. So for that we are going to be disconnecting the rear section, which is this one here. You know, and then obviously you've got your front section, and then you've got the middle section. So, so typically speaking, unless you do something like damage the cut-off lever, in which case we do upgraded cut-off levers, which we're not installing on this one. It's not a common failure point, but it is known to break. I think at some point, just because obviously we do like upsell here, we might be obviously adding that to the build. But we have a massive queue at the moment, and I haven't tested that product even though we stock it. So and obviously always got to factor that in, if you know what I mean, that you know, obviously every time you change a part and add an upgraded part, you're adding potential complications, because you know that company might not have done that perfectly accurate, and obviously for a repair you absolutely have to make it work, because you know you've got no choice. But for an upgrade, obviously you add the problems at the moment, you know. So we want to obviously get this gun done, and then like I say, we'll possibly cross the bridge of R&D on that at a future point, because that's the problem with obviously upgraded packages. It's yeah, every time it's like you sort of pick some random part and change it, are you introducing some problems? And we call that R&D. Obviously, in every time, gun tech's first time on a gun, it's not only learning obviously how you disassemble it, but also what parts even fit in it, you know, to upgrade it, what is even available. We get those messages all the time, you know, it's like, you know, can you spec me up a build, please? It's because people don't want to do it themselves, because it is a lot of hassle to try and figure out obviously what guns fit, you know, parts fit what gun. It's a pain in the butt, so obviously that's why obviously gun techs will get emailed and, you know, can you please itemize and list everything please, which is obviously good because we do want to sell the parts off our website, but on the other hand it does take me the best part of an hour, 2 hours to sit there dishing all that up, you know, yeah, which is obviously why, typically speaking, when we get those messages I tend not to reply, just because yeah, it's like, who's got the time to sit there and do that when obviously I could be building a customer's gun. So right, we're going to remove this back bit here, which is going to be that slightly bigger T20. Yeah, we built our custom parts builder on our website, which shows the full package for the SGR12 for that very reason, because obviously then I get to make it once. So the custom package list all of it on there, itemize every part which fits this gun, so then all the customer has to do is go onto the listing and then literally it's all itemized, and I mean all you have to do is click add to cart and then just subtract the gun and you've got the custom kit, you know, it's all right there. Copy paste one at a time until you've got a cart which obviously has it all listed and detailed in. You know, but then like I say, you then get a message saying for that exact same gun, can you itemize it? Because even that's too much work, and you think, like, if it's too much work to do that, then surely it's going to be too much work building a gun, you know. So I don't know. And part of gun teching for me was, you know, sort of spending the time researching parts, you know, so it's sitting there looking at parts online that I couldn't afford, you know, have to wait a month, you know, save up the money, get it, order it, sit here building up the gun. It's all meant to be a big part of the hobby, you know, so as long as we're being entertained, whether it's obviously going out airsofting or upgrading guns, or sitting there looking at parts or looking at guns or looking at, you know, new pair of trousers, you know, to order in, it's all part of it. The retail is part of it, you know, in sort of buying cool new things, you know, but it gets so much stick, you know, online. So right, so we need to freaking T20, come on. All right, so one, so these are the bad boys that are going to have some Loctite back on them. All of these, you know, will slowly, through use of this gun, every single one of them just work themselves out until, you know, honestly I've had some apart and you literally, oh, these are just not here, you know, just gone. So God knows where. I don't even know how they fall out of the gun, but not even there anymore. Wish all these bloody screws were Torx. They're so much better for not rounding off when there's Loctite applied. So we should might just pop that anti-reversal latch before I carry on anymore. Short. Okay, so piston winds back, takes all the pressure off. So this is just second Tappet plate and Tappet plate spring. I'd say upgrade it with our EagleSix one, which may be spec'd up on the package. I'll check in a minute. But truth is, you know, even with our EagleSix ones, we're pretty sure that we still see failures on those. It's very hard to tell because obviously one spring looks just like the next, but we're pretty sure we've got records obviously demonstrating failures of obviously R1 as well as TM's one. So our product at some point, money willing, we're going to redesign it, and on the next incarnation, and I'm going to be increasing the rating of it. So you see how this presses up and you've got that pressure against you. I'm going to be increasing that. I've just got a theory about this gun once it's upgraded and people speed it up, and also obviously prolifically run it on things like drum mags. Drum mags can cause, you know, extra strain on feeding, and I just think that obviously what's happening is you're getting sort of half feeds through a drum mag, and that's causing extra pressure on this, and for some reason it's causing that to fail. But again, you're only ever guessing as a gun tech, aren't you? You know. So we pull this assembly out. Obviously it's the tri-cylinder assembly, and obviously there's your piston heads. Obviously the piston itself, which is AA12 piston, it has obviously as standard a second tooth removed and half of the third tooth. So obviously when gun techs complain about well, you know, it's wrong to modify the third tooth, well, look at that, standard factory modification, you know. So it's because this is a slow piston. Yeah, so that's why obviously the slower this is to return, the more potential chance there is of the gears going round faster than obviously what this is returning. Yeah, so and then obviously it will then obviously start to damage this tooth, or catch on it, or completely jam on it, or everything breaks on it. So obviously removing the height of this next tooth here just gives you that extra PME resistance, you know, to come through here without obviously hitting that and then breaking things, you know. So obviously if you start to get PME on that tooth, this tooth halfway up here, you know, then yeah, there's major problems, you know. So in obviously why is this not returning fast enough, but that's obviously why that's modified as standard. So we'll be recreating the mods if it hasn't already been done on the RetroArms piston for maximum compatibility. Obviously we are putting in a slightly faster motor, low resistance motor. So we need to get, might as well do this while we're waiting, because so we don't have any aftermarket piston heads assemblies, even though I did look into possibly having that made. It's a bit of an odd shape, so we'd need to 3D print. I actually really rate the TM piston on this. I'd have preferred it if it was carbon fibre, probably wouldn't change then, but you know, it is what it is. So just pay attention to the orientation of this. So this is obviously your spacer, which goes on here, which basically it's like a cheap bearing. That's the best way to describe that, what there is there. So obviously as you put the spring back in, which God knows where it is. There you go, monster spring. It's absolutely huge. Obviously you're going to want to do this. Okay. So and then obviously that's just going to go back into the new piston when we do it in there, and then obviously that will give it a little sense of rotation, because obviously springs do this, and obviously if you keep on twisting, snap. Yeah. So when people say that AEG springs snap because they're terrible quality, really people need to be looking inward. Yeah. So at their gun and the installation, and as to why there was enough torsion to snap it off. Yeah. So that's piston head, Obviously we're going to be using the RetroArms one, which has a built-in piston head, so that will mean that that and that are redundant. Mind blank. Okay, so RetroArms piston assembly prep. So we have had failures on these bad boys, so it's worth pointing out that obviously it comes with a screw which is self-tapping. So if you thread in this screw, then obviously that's going to cause you a potential problem. So what we'll do is we'll pop this with the piston head. Okay, and that's the piston head back. So need to order some glue. Damn it. So obviously, to try and avoid the failures that we have with this piston, we're obviously gluing this in place. RetroArms love cutting from steel. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it would appear that there's not too many upgrade options for steel in terms of you know, aesthetic coatings. So they've got this heat treatment on here, but that's pretty much it. There's obviously no extra treatment on there for protection against things like rusting. So, but like I say, rust, if there was to appear any sort of rust, or you know, it's basically oxidization. You know, so you know, I wouldn't, you know, it's all cosmetic. I mean, just imagine obviously how many years obviously something would have to physically rust for before it becomes something out of an apocalypse movie. You know what I mean? It's you know, there's just no amount of years that could physically pass by for this to turn into dust. You know, so you know, any rusting or thing, you know, would just be aesthetic. You know, just get some silicone oil on there, just rub it, and you know, all gone again. But the same goes with the surface. We're going to be putting obviously some grease on there, so that should protect the surface from any you know, effect like that. So another failure point is this here. So we are gonna, it's all glued in there. Should be all in there. I'm really not bothered about aesthetics, you know. When you have a failure, it's very difficult as a gun tech to precisely point to something. So all you have is a gun that comes back and an angry customer. So it then becomes this sort of thing where obviously, well, you need to remove failure points, you know. So that's where the very first upgrade, I think, come from, is somebody had a failure and somebody created an upgrade to try and solve that, you know. So obviously each and every time a failure comes back, you try and fix it, obviously. So we're strengthening, we've seen this piston break at the rear, so we're strengthening this, you know, and then we saw no failure after that in that same position. So now we repeat the process, you know. If somebody else wants to say that it's not important or not necessary and they've got absolutely a perfect performance without doing it, then brilliant. You know, that's maybe we were incorrect in our assumption and stuff, but all we can obviously keep doing as a gun tech is, like I say, if you find something that works, you keep on repeating it, you know, and you just hope that obviously your initial assessment and the facts and stuff were correct in the first place, you know. We've also seen obviously these screws work themselves out, you know, so we want to fix this in place till the end of time. So obviously we're going to put a decent amount of this red on the threads. Because we've got no reason to remove that rack anymore. Okay, so there's just no reason for this rack to be taken out and changed or anything, you know. So it's like if this thing goes up, it's up, the body will be dead, the rack will be, you know, the only way to replace it is going to be obviously, you know, ordering a new piston. So yeah, so we need to fix that in place. It needs to Loctite, set, I'd argue even glue, you know what I mean. So we just need that screw never coming out, you know. I've literally seen that screw bent in half, you know. So you know, when this thing, like I say, fails, obviously the energy has to go somewhere, and apparently straight through that screw. So it's important with this to obviously fit this, but we do not want to over tighten it. Now it's a machine thread screw, but it is going into plastic, so I've got two minds obviously on whether this is good or not good to put Loctite on. It's also worth pointing out that so it's payment has failed. Oh no, I don't like failed payments. So back it up. Should we try and find that thread? Okay, so we're not overly tight yet, but then one more. Okay. What we don't want to do is obviously over tighten that so much that we start to flex it all. You know, as in we're just crushing it all, and obviously it's getting wider and more wonky. Obviously these do have or did have. We'll check with this one to see if it's the same. We found that obviously over tightening it / a combination of this runner here being too thick, yeah, so on this particular one it sits this a little bit out of line with this, okay. So when you compare obviously you know, these two, the sizing is just ever so slightly off, and thus we have to sand on the inside of this to get this smoothly moving. So as with any upgrade part, we always recommend fitting a part first. Yeah, so you test fit parts Don't put them in, as in we don't just install this right now and be like, yeah, let's put it all back together again. You know, you have to move things backwards and forwards, yeah. So to make sure that they're free moving, okay. Make sure that there's clearance of things like obviously the gears. Make sure it can obviously move past the gear clearly. There's just absolutely no point if this goes in here and just jams, right? There's just no point continuing, is there? It's just immediately stop there. You know, why put it together and then pull the trigger for this to turn at high speed to smash all this to pieces and think, stupid piston was broken. You know, it's wrong. I'm gonna message EagleSix and tell them the piston's rubbish. Yeah, so it's, you know, yeah, the piston may well be rubbish. You know, it means it may well have a problem. But if obviously you identify that problem, you can then modify it. So there's just too many, you know, parts that just come out that that you know are incorrect. You know, so you know, test things first. You know, it's just a smidge of catch in there, so we might need to do a little bit. You know, obviously in terms of resistance, you know, you always try and think in terms of bicycle wheel and turning a bicycle wheel and that beautiful sort of slow spinning that it just keeps on doing and going and going and going when you have a really nice bearing in there and it just keeps on spinning. You know, if I physically pull that, I can start moving it. But this is a runner, yeah, that there's no spring behind it currently. Obviously if we put a spring behind it currently, space has just dropped down, then yeah, okay, so we put the spring behind there, it's gonna come out, yeah. So oh look, spring moves, yeah, so it moves fine, right? So but if we take that out of the equation, we actually go and test it, and this is actually not too bad, to be fair to this, yeah. So oh look, something that it should be free moving isn't free moving. Now we could obviously just install this and the gun could obviously work absolutely fine. You know, it just could be me and my little overthinky brain, but that should come out, you know, just by almost just tipping it up and out it comes. Gravity should be yanking that out. So the further in we go, the more it starts to catch. So and it's a difficult one to test, you know, as in where is it fouling. You know, I can only sort of just try and rely on my, because there's no physical test we could do. I mean, we could try painting these, you know, like a black colour. We could try painting all this, you know, a white colour. I might have the pens available somewhere here. It's going to mess things up aesthetics wise. Just clean this up with grease. Leave that out for a bit. Oh crap. you can't really blame obviously the so this problem is obviously you test this on its own, and obviously it's the combination of the front piston head and the piston that's the problem. And then obviously, well, you know, RetroArms can't blame obviously the original TM parts, because obviously they're correct, yeah. So it's this one that's the problem. So you know, the best thing to do is obviously, if any modification is going to happen, it's obviously actually to the piston itself. But it's a difficult one to sort of prove out exactly where obviously the fouling is happening. Hello. So yeah, I just finished painting off this, and I'm just going to get the black Sharpie on here. So in theory, if it rubs anywhere, it should start to remove some stuff. Ain't it fun when it basically tells you nothing? Also need to double check if the so obviously this if it even needs pulling back that far, by the way, you know. So but I'm pretty sure what we'll do is end up just taking a smidge off this edge here. Ta-da! That was just basically little bit off that side, a little bit off that side. Like I say, I don't like modifying the TM bit in case you obviously have to go backwards, but yeah, that's where it's pulled it for some reason. So it's hard to specifically blame the thing, because obviously it could be obviously over tightening of that. Obviously it's pulled it that way and kind of made it spread wider. I mean, there is some rubbing on this underside here, a little bit missing, so it could indicate that obviously, like I say, a little bit of sanding on the underside of things might smoothen things up as well. But smooth moving now, so excuse me, that's all that matters. So we're going to be separating these two halves to get access to the main gearbox assembly. So again, you want to sort of lay these screws down. We're taking that one, and then you'll find that these will be significantly shorter. Okay, so we've got a self-tapping, which is that one there, and then we've got a shorter machine thread there. As you can see, in terms of, well, that one's loose, that one was, in terms of time, another self-tap-in small from that position there. You know, we're already, you know, significantly more than, you know, what another average gun would be. Oh shit, one more. Same length as that first one, and again self-tapping. Alright. So there's a pin that goes all the way through, so we're gonna that will obviously want to be reinstalled, and also we need to recover it. So there's a obviously that pin holds things in place, but there's also a hook, which is that bit there. I think if memory serves. Maybe not. Yeah, right. To knock him through. I mean, this little notch is on the right hand side, so the side facing, you know, or the writing. I don't believe there's any notch in there that it corresponds with, but you know, it's worth paying attention to these things. So we can now put obviously these to the side. We're going to bag them. So I like to SGR12, just a lot of screws, a lot of screws. What's going on here? Oh, two more. A lot of screws. I always joke that this bad boy needs a Loctite bath. Just dunk the whole thing. And machine thread short. Okay, so we don't need to label anything here. So I mean, what I tend to do, obviously with all these TM gearboxes, is just get some flat bladed screwdriver and just run down the runners. You know, obviously you're looking for any sort of seams or any problems that might require some sort of polishing or buffing. Otherwise, we've done a test on it. We've made sure that it's obviously smooth moving in the runners now. So, so you know, we're happy. With the exception to obviously any potential over tightening, which could accidentally happen, I guess. So we're now getting to the real gearbox. So we have another screw. I'll tell you what, we're going to leave that in, and we're just going to take out this one. the back here, which is a self-tapping. Flip it over, the other side in the middle. But a much longer machine thread, okay? Just to keep things fun. Machine thread, self-tapping, okay? So for those people slowly watching through on this, I almost need bloody bullet points, don't I? So one side will be marked with like a sort of silhouette of the head, so that's the side it goes in, and then that side goes in the opposite, which is that one there. So and then, unless you're doing second-hand servicing, obviously in which case you may want to disassemble this section. It really is, you know, just not needed. Yeah. So those spaces go in there, obviously to form the bearings of the spring guide. Okay, so we can now separate the, just notice the motors in a straight line, so for your orientation of the motor with the gearbox. So I believe all of these in this gearbox are identical, but we'll double check. So we've got 1, 2 for obviously holding the motor in place, which we can now disconnect, and then we've got the actual gear assembly itself. So if there is an anti-reversal latch in there, so obviously it's it will only go one direction. It's nice actually. So I need to check on the customer's build to see if we're doing gears, because they're not in this packet. So we do have these shiny new gears nowadays, because it is a failure point on these, but the customer's budget may not stretch. I'm just going to go check that. Okay, so the customer would like the gears installed. So we've got these upgraded steel gears, which we can get shimmed up. Obviously we've got a upgraded motor to install. So we've got the Solink motors. Okay, so I want to get the initial gearbox prepped. As you can see, all these screws are all the same length, so doesn't really matter on these. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't like the fact that when you took this out, obviously that will come loose. You know, we obviously don't want bearings spinning in the holes. It's never a good thing. Oh, you dick. Oh, bloody point of measuring these before you drop them is to get bloody reading beforehand. Pretty sure we haven't picked up an extra one. Could be bloody wrong though, couldn't I? Old thumbs. $91. Anti-reversal latch is the NGRS one, so technically speaking we could fit the Prometheus anti-reversal latch in there, so that's something we could possibly add to customers' builds in the future. Look how loose that is in there. Just fucking spinning around. Oh. No, I mean that's. I mean this is a brand new gun. You know what I mean? So obviously, so this isn't, you know, huge amounts of wear. They're obviously tested before they come out of the factory, but you know, that spinning in that hole with it being metal. Obviously this is the benefit of TM in the years of the plastic bushings, is you press them in and then obviously it's friction fit, you know, so therefore, you know, the soft, you know, plastic grips it. You know, the hard surface of the metal, you know, it doesn't quite grip with that grip, so obviously we typically, you know, obviously Loctite these things in. You know, I think that might be something that over the years TM alters, you know. That's if they, you know, let's see if they get enough feedback after XYZ thousands of rounds, you know. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure I didn't drop one, but showing 0. That seems odd. So, but you know, so there's a potential chance that you know, you'd obviously have to do multiple if you know what I mean, to really start making judgments and do the old comparisons and stuff. So 0.30, that's basically 3 at the top. A shit job on this one. Come on. Is that with that 20? Oh, I think that was a 20. I think that was 60, but like I say, I don't think we can really go by these. I just, you know, you have to be so precise and so careful, obviously, if you want to get a measurement of obviously what you're taking off. But ultimately we're just going to do our own shimming, but we, you know, it's nice to just compare and obviously see if there's any changes. Oh, there's a friggin' another one. Look, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's looking like that, but yeah, doesn't matter. We're all over the place on that. Just sometimes, like I say, nice to just use theirs just as a starting off jumping point. Right, let's get these in here because we need this seating as soon as possible. Where's the big ass one? No, too tight, too tight, too tight. .98. That's loose. 610. Just almost. Oh, Jesus. Right, there you go. So I'm pretty sure we'll be alright with this and some Loctite, but just make sure there's no movement. It's going to be fine with some Loctite, we'll be alright there. So that explains why they do two different sizes. Maybe you can go a bit up and fit the tighter one, but me personally, like I say, it's just Loctite. So obviously we need to widen these others. It's like, why go to the trouble for two different you know, sizes of bushings, you know, for that hole being a bit loose, to then, you know, do these ones which are just too tight and won't fit in there at all. So it seems odd, but who am I to criticise? I can't make them, can I? Oh shit, done that one. Someone's left a message in comments yet about what tool will physically fit on this. Like a hand tool on, just so I could turn it. I stuck it in the drill the other day, didn't I? Could do that again. You're going to have to keep doing it slowly because, you know, you just don't want to go too far. So one yes, the other one no. Just don't like if you've got to hammer them in, you know. It's sitting a little proud, but I don't think that's going to be it's a matter of, like say, you know, debris or thing. I've cleaned it up quite well. It just would appear that that hole is, like I say, not having this sitting flush. Not necessarily a bad thing, like I say. Otherwise, you know, if we make it sit flush and, you know, it didn't need that, you know, it's usually this bevel that you want absolutely sitting flush. The other one's not too mad, but like I say, we'll seat that because that's good. So try and coat the inside of the surfaces as well. Try and remove the excess without it going on the inside. Okay, with everything sitting flush, I'll find somewhere to put it so that it's not putting pressure on the actual bearings, and then let gravity do the rest. It's tedious, it is what it is, just take your time. Getting there, aren't they? Okay, so again the top one is not, you know, is sitting slightly, you know, protruding. It's a smidge tight, so I'll just do one more. Flat blade, there you are. Just clean up the surfaces, make sure there's no burrs. Get these prepped again. So again, this is our 638. Right, so those bad boys are seating, and right, we're going to call it quits there, I think, and we'll carry on in the morning, and obviously they'll be set, so we'll just go straight into shimming, and then obviously we'll leave obviously the barrels to last. We'll get the motor set. In fact, I'll probably be able to just clean this up and get that motor installed. Alright, so we're not going to be using that spring, we're going to use the spring that comes with it. So stick it there. nice, isn't it? Okay, so if we need the motor sitting any higher, see how it's fitting there? This is where, fucking hell, it's all falling out of that, isn't it? This is where obviously the motor compatibility can be potentially issues. Obviously now, luckily the Solink motors are a really nice size. They're quite. I mean, they're longer than normal, but not much longer. They're, you know, quite compatible. The old warheads, obviously they were significantly longer and would cause obviously all kinds of, I mean, obviously it would initially sit down here, you know, which is just like it's way too far in, so obviously you're winding it out and obviously it's not going anywhere. So in those situations, obviously, which we don't know if we're in yet, you know, you then obviously have to modify this to sit further out basically. So so you're going to have to, because look, we can remove this spacer, yeah, thinking, oh well, do you know what, we'll give it some more height to sit a bit higher. Makes no odds. Yeah, big old gap there because it's physically hitting on there. So you'd obviously have to modify this section if you obviously want that sitting higher. Yeah, okay. So just bear that in mind if there's a problem for incompatibility. So. Fuck. Fiddly. This is this is what 5 coffees do. Come on. Right, so this is your hinge bit. So you've got your set screw here, which is obviously going to go up and down, which obviously will move this in and out. Okay, so so at the moment, in its current position, it's basically, you know, in its highest. Okay, so the motor, it's almost like not even touching it. So the motor is absolutely set at its highest position currently. The only direction we can go is obviously in. Alright, so we just need to bear that in mind for when we're doing our initial checks, yeah, on obviously the motor height to bevel height, because obviously if we need to, it's going to be better to potentially come back in here and modify this so that it's sitting a little bit this way. So then obviously we have this ability to go in too far, out too far. Obviously at the moment we can go in too far, but we potentially might not be able to come out at all. Yeah, so which means obviously we don't know when we've gone. It's a bit like a hop unit, you know. Obviously you over hop a hop, you know, to realize that it's going in the air and you're skying your shot. You under hop it to be obviously like, oh, it's dropping too short, and then somewhere in the middle is obviously your perfect flight path. If you're never over hopping, how do you know you've ever reached maximum distance? Which is why we always say that obviously you should be able to over hop whatever ammo you're able to use. Yeah, so if you can't over hop, how do you know you've reached, you know, maximum distance? You don't, you know. So so we'll try this. I don't want to make a modification that's unnecessary, so we will potentially waste some time, but it is what it is. Gun teching in a nutshell. Where's that square bit gone? There. So this is for the screw that comes in from the outside. I think it's this one. See? Just checking the direction. Anything else want to fall out? Ah, sake. Pretty sure that's the orientation, with obviously red being on the side of the screw. Okay, so we've got movement obviously that way. Obviously not got any movement on that at the moment, which is good, which we don't want that. So obviously, you know, it can move in that far, but obviously it can't go that far. So we'll obviously double check when we're putting this all back together, just to see if obviously we need it to go back there, and then obviously we can get in there and hand file that, and so that it's obviously sitting. It doesn't need to be a lot, you know. We only need, like, remember, a shim is only 0.1 or, you know, 0.2, so we only need to really take 0.1, 0.2 if we have to modify it, but we'll obviously do the test tomorrow and then see. So righty, so we're going to carry on with the shimming. Obviously for this shiny new motor. Okay, so top section, bottom section. And that will go in like so. Right, so yeah, so we just got the orientation, if you know what I mean, those gears correct, because it can be fun and games if you know what I mean with this. So obviously the hole from underneath, you can obviously poke through and obviously disconnect that anti-reversal latch, right? So the hole underneath is the underside, and then obviously we're going to be coming in like that with this motor. So we can now remove this anti-reversal latch because we don't need that. Righty, so we've got to start somewhere with our shims. So we want to put some on the top side first. Yeah, I mean, it's right on the edge, so it would be nice if I could just back out a smidge, you know, just for peace of mind. So we may have to go back in and just mod that. That's the problem is, it's like, it's kind of like looks perfect, you know, but normally I do like that sort of little adjustment. Let me just check the slack while we're here. So there is a little bit above it. self-tapping screws can sometimes be a pain to just find the right the right bite point. Yeah. I've just got no ounce in that current position, and you know, no room for like pushing it upwards. You know, obviously the problem with stacking them above them, obviously, and then we press the motor in and it pushes it against the stack, is obviously what if obviously it's pressing it and trapped it between the two, you know, obviously i.e. over shimmed. That's the problem. Obviously you need to obviously get it set in a position that's just like lightly sitting above the bevel, not pressing into the bevel, you know, because then obviously it's going to grind it away. So and obviously a high resistance, so you know, it looks like that you know, the previous Marie shimming in in comparison with this particular motor, and the fact that we obviously can't really move it that way, you know, is showing up as slightly too many shims on that top side. So we need to take a 0.3 and exchange it for a 0.2 just to give us a smidge more slack. So that's a 3. That's a 2. So we need you. Where's the 3 part? 5s, 3s. It's got a little bit of hats now. Yeah, it's got a little bit. So either the previous setting was absolutely correct, and you know, backing it off a little bit would have been perfect, or this one is obviously going to be slightly too high or perfect. Yeah, so all we can do is sort out the slack on the underside, and obviously, luckily with obviously this setup, you know, it's so easy to test. You know, with just this, and we don't have to put the grip on or anything. We just put some connectors on the back of this and spin away. You know, it's so much easier for the shimming on here. But we'll stack out the other side, so obviously we know what the what's going to be that side. According to our previous notes, there was no shims on the other side, so that's already a change over the standard shimming. So just in case we're ready to go, I'm just going to pop a little bit of grease in. How's my grease pot gone? That's weird. So the best way to test for the slack is obviously with no greases in. You can see that sort of clean movement up and down without the grease being in the way. But when you do a shim test, you know, getting it running at high speed and checking for the sound, obviously you want to try and remove any extra gearbox sounds, you know, from obviously the fact that we're moving from plastic bushings to metal bushings. You know, it will add noise, you know, so there's just no two ways about that. You know, it's a point of contact for extra noise, but obviously you sacrifice obviously that for the longevity of metal bushings. Shit, quite a lot. It looks like it's a full 5. We didn't drop a 5, did we? We have obviously changed the bushings, so yeah, that's alright. Oh, it's one of the wide ones. .2's got to come back. Sound wise, obviously we've got hardly any movement now, so we just check to see if we can visibly see the movement. We can try and put a 0.1 in there, but or switch to a 3. I just think that that's going to be a little too tight, but we'll try it. So some of the ones that we've got are actually quite small, they're a little smaller than 1, so it might be the better option rather than switching to a 3. That's pretty much bang on 1 for that one. Something a little bit smaller. Friggin' 3 there. Another 3? What the hell is that doing there? .1. Yeah, there we go. We've got like a 0.07. It's a thin bad blaze. So. So when you go to really hard gears and really hard bushings, they can sometimes emphasise any you know, incorrect shimming or you know, sounds and stuff from the gun. So obviously, you know, you have to pay a little bit more, you know, attention. There's less forgiving of errors. You can still obviously get away with, you know, the gun working and stuff, but obviously you want to try and reduce as much of that noise as possible, you know. So we want on the inside of the bushings, so we coat that surface, and then we want on the actual, you know, fins themselves. Right, so I've just checked it and it seems to be spinning alright. Even with that extra shimming there, and obviously this time obviously the full slack's been taken out, so so we're just going to run this and just get an amp reading just to see what kind of setting kind of results we're going to get. Obviously once you put these extra screws in here, that could also clamp it down a little bit extra, so you get a different result from when you were just testing without, you know, just manually spinning it. Yeah, I like it. It's just got just a smidge of bounce on there. Let's get a reading. Yeah. Cool, so we started off initially at about 3.5 and then obviously that's on the second time running once we cleared that result, because obviously we wound it in, we wound it out, you know, during obviously the amp test, and obviously we peaked at 3.5, so an extra 1 amp draw, and then obviously we've then reset at obviously what we think is the correct setting, ran it, and it's now down to 2.5, which is obviously in line with brushless motors, and obviously what they should be pulling just naturally, obviously on their own, if just running out of the gun. So yeah, so it's obviously with the ultimate result is we're looking for the least amount of drag on the drivetrain, you know, so that obviously we increase battery life and basically just that, you know, for the customer. So reduced heat, you know, so less effort for the gun, you know. So yeah, obviously, you know, less resistance, obviously things are quieter, so yeah, yeah, and obviously we backed out a smidge. I think in future, I think what I may do is just, I might just sand that in future. I think I'm just going to try and bear that in mind, that I just want a bit more room, you know, just so I can really hear it going wrong, you know. I mean, it sounds fine, you know, in the current position that it's at, but and obviously the readings are great, but you know, it'd be really nice to like hear it go terrible because you've just gone too far out. So, but yeah, obviously now we can sort of set that in stone. We can get our measurement of the bevels. You know, the current settings for it. So that obviously if we do drop it, we can just quickly re-establish that. I think he's gone. There it is, right there. Okay, so top. 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 Bottom. So all of them. Yep. Yes, you don't want to round down with this one, but obviously it did come in a bit of an odd sizing with that small one that we used. So, so obviously under the new, we want to go bottom 0.75, top. About 80. Yep, I mean 0.79 if we're being super precise. Give or take the calibration on the calipers. Okay, so do sector next. Try 30 on top. Try 40 underneath and then see what that's like. It's good when it does that, isn't it? Got a little bounce, but let's see if it takes that out with the screws. I'd say 0.1 or 0.2 possibly. Let's try 2 and see if that's too much. So if it's go 0.1 and it still spins but there's still slack, then obviously you're questioning, obviously, you know, what we need to do is obviously go too far and see obviously that lovely spin sort of go and it's too bound. And then obviously even then we've still got to make a decision on, obviously, is it something we can just bed in and just take off some of that. Not looking great already, is it? I mean, look, that's an absolute too tight, and we can't just bed that in and hope obviously it suddenly gets a bit smoother. Yeah, physically jammed, so we'll try 0.1. Bonjour. Okay, so we need to try and find a 0.1. .2. It's a bit smaller, 0.18. .14. Bloody hell, we're all over the place. .16. .17. .14. 15. Right, let me see if I've got some extra ones of these shims. AA12. See what we got. Okay, so we do these EagleSix shims, so in packets. For anyone who wants to get some shims for these. So I got these in a 0.1 just to try and fill this exact gap. Like, yeah, you can try your best to reuse some of the ones you save up from other builds, but you know, the excess. But at some point you're gonna have to, you know, like I say, top up your collection with some bought ones, just for that accurate shim. Put the 0.1s back in this packet, so mix them up. Yeah, I think we're going to run that. You know, there's a pause right at the end as it catches it and pulls it to a stop, which we didn't have before, but I reckon we can take that out with bedding in. Okay, we still have to obviously check the height of this against obviously the rest of the gearbox to make sure obviously there's piston clearance. But other than that, we shall put this one to the side. And then we'll take our measurements in a bit, and we want to do the spur gear. So this is the one that breaks, most common anyway. So we need to, let's try 4 underneath. That sits it lower than obviously that one there, and then we'll try that on the top. I'll do a quick test just to see what kind of slack we got. Oh, hardly any. Might be right. Let's have a look. So remember, you can obviously have something that's bound, but obviously, you know, still has up and down slack, you know? Yeah, which this one has. Yeah, I don't think we can remove that up and down slack, but, you know, like I say, it's got that up and down movement. It's a tiny, tiny amount. But yet obviously it's feeling bound, so what, you know, this is where the bedding in potentially comes in, and it's so important to obviously get a period of time of running, you know, so that obviously we can take out some of that grippiness, you know, that's coming from obviously all brand new parts, and you know, obviously the companies try their best to make things obviously equally accurate, don't they? But obviously you have that tolerance issue, you know, that can happen, you know, where something is plus or minus, you know, for manufacturing. They always cover themselves with plus or minus, you know, 1/100th or whatever's, you know. So yeah, we'll just check our step heights as we build all three back up. We'll take a reading for the shims in case we drop them. So I pulled that out, and that's obviously gripping in there, so it could indicate that obviously that's that top section that's just a little bit too grippy and tight. It's a little bit easier on bushings to deal with, but you get bearings, and sometimes it can be so tight that obviously it won't physically go in there, because obviously there is no leeway on bearings, you know, for it either fits in the central you know part, or it doesn't. So okay, so underside is 0.39, so 0.39 on bottom. There's a little bit in it. I mean, you used to get it on the Garda products, you know, the little CNC machines, you know, but basically they cast the item, then they cut it with a CNC mill drill bit, and obviously the angle that it comes in is like I say, CNC tends to be very sharp. It's like sharp edge, sharp edge, sharp edge, and on the edges, even though something's been CNC cut, you know, it's really sharp, you know, to the point where, like I said, the edge is almost like, you know, if you had a magnifying glass, you know, it's protruding a little bit, you know, so sometimes you need to just sand those edges. You know, CNC trigger boxes for VSRs, you know, that are sort of mass produced, you know, that they have that same sort of sharp edges where something like catches on it, so sanding those is really beneficial as well. So 0.28. So this is Abby's LT2 grease. I mean, doesn't matter what LT2 grease you use, I guess, but this one's quite nice from Abby. High temperature, so it stays on even when it spins at high speed and produces high amount of heat. Just stays in place and stays there for a long time, which is good. So underside. So what we want to do is check that step height between the two. Obviously what we're looking for is you know, like a bit of a gap between the two, like that, so that obviously we can have that you know, so they're not hitting each other. Now we can pop in our last remaining one, so we'll put a little bit more grease on. Yeah, don't worry about the excess, you can let it splay and then you can clean it up later. What you want is that good coating all over. You manually turn them and it just starts spreading that grease round. Feels like it's just catching on something, but we'll bed that in and see what happens. See if it gets a bit smoother. Oh shit. Canned that fucking reading. Okay, so we've got our amp reading, if you know what I mean, obviously a bevel only at 2.58, obviously all gears is 2.68, you know, obviously we're not getting 3s, we're not getting 4s, 5s, you know what I mean, so it's, you know, we're getting numbers all in line here while obviously taking out as much slack as humanly possible. So so I think we're pretty spot on that. So we can take out some of the excess grease, you know, so obviously once we get inside there, we can start to clear up some of our excess shims, because obviously we are done with them, we don't want to confuse things. We're done with that, so put that to the side. Just a little bounce from the gears, a little slack. Okie dokie, so we're going to continue our slow march to victory. So with the motor attached, you won't be able to obviously rotate the gears. The gears have to be in a basically for the half-tooth section in order for the piston body to go into it. What we're looking for is obviously clearance. So that obviously this, you know, if there was a problem right now, the gears would be moving, wouldn't they? So since the gears are not moving, we know that that piston has the piston clearance that it needs, and obviously. You know, because we have changed the piston, you know, and obviously we have changed the shimming, so we need to make sure that obviously it's clear of the you know, rack that's in there, which this appears to be. So we will basically put the anti-reverse latch in, just clear any excess, and then we'll move over to building this all up. This rear section anyway. Once we know that the rear section is all finished and done, we then can move over to the front section and do all the hop stuff, because it would be nice to, well, so I don't know about range testing today. I mean, it's literally bloody torrential rain outside and wind, so don't know if we'll be able to even do it, even if we do get there, but at least once it's in that position, we've at least done it. So So we haven't got a reading down here for top and bottom, so we'll just quickly take that reading. Oh, it's the advanced motor, so we could remove the anti-reversal latch, but I'm still just a little unsure about that process. Plus, in a couple of instances, it's changed it to quite a sort of high-pitched, sort of almost like lasered sort of noise, not having the anti-reverse latch in there, and then becomes a subjective thing about whether people do or don't like it. So we've been moving back to, even though, like I say, this does have a anti-rotation bearing in there, to still utilising the original bearing. The original anti-reversal latch. Sorry. There you go. So anti-reversal latch clicking. Rotate this round so that you get this in the this half moon position. So see it there with the missing teeth section, and then we're now going to be closing this up for the last time, hopefully. Yeah, we just always, I don't know, it's just, I think we had this sort of period where everything was moving on really fast. We had like these new motors, we had these new gears, we had this lot of new things, new hop things to try, and you know, we had a few guns with a few problems and stuff, so we've backed off just a little bit. You know, we always talking about you know, quite top end gun teching, you know, where you're really trying to push guns and try and find new boundaries. You know, it's like walking close to the edge, you know, of a cliff, and you know, it's fine, you know, like I say, to walk on the edge and try and see how far you can go and stuff, but sometimes you know, you do have to back builds off a little bit just to be not conservative, but you know, just be compatible going forward. You know, because you just want that sort of, you got to have usability. Use the analogy of like making a race car, you know, but then obviously you make a race car and it's got race car problems, you know. You really want to be rebuilding your car, you know, all the time, an engine after each race, you know. So apologies, my memory card got full. Right, so that's ready for going on to this. Right, so we can put that over there. Okay, we've got you. I'm pretty sure it's the original we pulled out there. So EagleSix M90 spring we're going to be putting in this one, and again I wouldn't recommend mixing them up. I'm just checking obviously that this is moving freely. Obviously piston jams can be a real thing. Okay, the new EagleSix, the EagleSix, Tappet plate spring. We're going to install this. So, because it's on the build specifications, we was wondering about that earlier, weren't we? So what you can do is take a pin punch, push this pin through, and then you can fit the new one. Unfortunately, whichever one you install, I don't think we could ever promise no problems. It's certainly looking like you know, I'm going to leave the original one in there. Looks better than our one, if I'm honest. You don't know if TM has done a revision on that product, do you? I think what we'll do is we'll just refund that. We'll leave that off the specification because I don't want to downgrade things. That one looks genuinely thicker, so obviously until we get one of these and get it sent off and get it measured and stuff, we'll never quite know. But that's the problem, is it's not like TM's going to memo me to say, hey Rich, we changed something. Obviously if this breaks, then obviously you've got no choice, because the only one available is R1. Yeah, because if TM ever revised the product, because obviously I was looking at revising my own product with obviously a stronger one. So long term, so obviously they've already done it, and then theirs becomes the new better one. So so yes, we're going to have to wait for a spare one of these, which is probably never going to happen. We'll have to wait until we run out of these, and then obviously look at potentially. So obviously we've got the specification for this spring, so look at see if we can go with the, because we was going to go with a thicker material anyway. You know, to try and bolster it and try and give it a higher rating. To try and fix those feed issues on drum mags on high rate of fire builds. So there's nothing we're changing on this centre cylinder section. So when you work on the second-hand ones, this isn't, but if you work on second-hand ones, always have a look down to make sure you can see the light all the way through the cylinders. It's possible for them to rotate and block off the air. So we're going to assemble all this now. You can get a new one of them. Okay, so I need to flip this over. The cut-off lever, you pull it down to get the piston body back in. Oh shit, where's the other bit of the shell? Where is the pin? Ta-da! I don't like to put them on the threads, so just put it, like I say, on the inside of the countersunk. It's a little bit easier to get the heat to it if you have to crack it off. Remember, a day later, and with so many different screws and stuff, it's easy to put them all back into the wrong places and stuff. So that's why obviously it's worth separating them into bags and, you know, whatever your process is, but to catalogue them. Okay, so you want to put the end pressure on. Right. So what we're going to have to do is see if we can get this marrying up. For starters, we're going to have to flip that motor around. with that motor. Obviously which direction the motor's in, if you know what I mean, which way round, doesn't make any difference with regards to the shimming, so we just need to pull it out. Don't like messing with original looms, but what's the other option? Obviously we sit and desolder this wire. It brings its own set of problems, doesn't it? You know, you're then risking that board, aren't you? What a fiddly arse that, eh? don't want to mess with the shimming and do the modifications, because then we'll just have to shim it again. We already know it's sounding good, so and what we do is possibly an angled one there. That might be quite good. And the position of that screw, we're just going to have to make sure we insulate that. But yeah, looks about right, doesn't it? Take that, something like that at an angle. And cut it through to there. Same measure, twice cut once. Ooh, done. Thinking heat shrink wise now, I'm suddenly wishing I put a little bit on there. I'll figure something out. Righty. So just soldered a new connector on and then just cleaned it up a little bit. Okay, so we've got a bit of heat shrink on there now, and obviously the angle connector, so it's quite neat, so we're happy with that. Might just pop a tiny bit more on there. Okay, so we need to double check this other side. It's looking pretty good there, isn't it? It's going to come across there, I believe. Normally it would have gone quite low obviously attached onto that, but we're now going to have to go something like that. In fact, I'm just going to snip it straight off there and try and leave as most we can, so then we can sort of come in at this sort of angle as best we can with a again with another angle connector. I think that would be the sexiest way of doing that. So be careful when you obviously test fitting. You need to obviously have it tight, but obviously not too tight. And obviously it is a circuit board, so just want to be careful pressing this on. There we go. friggin' believe it. Best laid plans and it's still too friggin' tight. God damn it. Angle that a bit more. There we go. Tweet. Trying to get the remains of that connector off, if you know what I mean, without leaving it as long as possible. Righty.
That's spare ugly on the roof.
Right, so just soldered them on. Obviously don't just crimp them on, you solder on the spade connectors, otherwise there's a good chance of them being pulled off. Well, what do you think? Internet, fellow peers, it's neat as fuck. Order, yay. You can't really trap these wires with this cover because it only goes down so far. They're meant to be bloody screws that hold those damn things in. Flipping it is in there. Sake. Oh sakes, as my son would say, who's 2, after hearing something he probably shouldn't have. Oh sakes. Oh, for sakes. Okay, so we are going to strip down the front and obviously do all the barrel assembly. The So the standard hop, but we'll show you in a bit if you know what I mean, comes with has angled hop arms, so we remove those angled hop arms for a straighter shot, because otherwise obviously everything's quite you know, massively biased, which could be, if you were absolutely adamant about running this at CQB, then yeah, leave everything you know, as standard, because obviously it has the widest possible trajectory, but most people try and operate this like a normal AEG, and they try and shoot at, like, you know, somebody at 50, 60, 70 meters, and you know, like they would on an AEG, and obviously the shots are just going to go out and do this and splay apart, so on the outer edges, so which, like I say, is fine for say 6 meters. You obviously want to do that, but obviously as it translates for 30, 40, 50 meters, it just keeps getting wider, wider until obviously you've got these very wide shots and stuff. So so a big range increase on these is simply by, you know, unbiasing those arms and just having them all go straight. You're going to get a natural spread, you know, from having 3 barrels. You can never make them exactly the same, so you're always going to have a spread of some description. You know, you're never going to have all 3 beeps going, you know, hitting exactly in the same spot. So that's just unrealistic to think that. You know, so obviously we, you know, we think the natural spread from just simply having 3 barrels is perfectly fine. Why bias them, you know, to that extreme spread? So that's a product that we do to obviously unbias those arms, and it came as standard. It did on the Thor's hammer variant of this gun. So we're going to have to get these off. So we want T10. The T10, don't make the mistake of sticking an Allen key in there, so it's okay, so we're going to separate this section, put that to the side. Go back to that later when we reassemble that other section onto the gun again. Before we do that, we test that center section. Okay, so we want that center section operating, you know, correctly before we add this and we fully build the gun. Absolutely no point this, you know, disintegrating and dying in 2 seconds, and then, you know, finding that out later. Yeah, so that has to operate and work, that other section there. Then we introduce this all on there. So but we'll get this prepped. This is a bit annoying. There's lots of screws again. So again, this is a just crap ton of screws on this gun. So we want to get our orange. And so we've got Phillips. So these ones here on either side of this barrel here, which we'll show you, very small. Okay, so so as you're putting this back on in the right position and following this tutorial, step by step. Like I say, we've got our 4 for attaching the front end. We've got our 2 for this barrel here. Okay, and then on one side, which is the left hand side, we've got a long one right around the bottom. Okay, so it is kind of like, you can see the indentation, so you can't put that side because it's not flat. That side's flat. You know, in theory, it's, you know, there's really only one way to do it, but we've got quite a long self-tapping screw there. So now we've got the 2 that hold the actual bracket onto the side and support it. So I believe these are small machine thread ones. Yeah. And then we're back to super small for the top ones, machine thread. 4 of these in total. The brackets are directional, so you can't really get them wrong. Just watch out for that nut. I believe the nut is directional, so just make sure you install that in the correct direction. Okay. because obviously you're going to have a nut come through there, if you know what I mean. So this, we can now take it apart, so and we do so by pulling. Okay, and then we can obviously see our barrels in there, and then we've got another one which we'll put to the side over there, and we've got this tube, which again, give it a wiggle. And off she comes. Obviously we've got this line here for alignment on the top, and yeah, that will allow that to fit. So the barrels that are in the gun are 270 millimeters. Leilacs do not make a 270 millimeter barrel specifically for this gun, so the closest we can get is 275. And what we're going to have to do is modify the end, the support there, to just allow them to just ever so slightly pop through. Okay, so which will just require us drilling those out. Which will remove the part and do that. So the three that we remove here are self-tapping, countersunk. We're going to remove that there, and then that gives us our barrel assembly, which we can now work on. So we've got three smaller screws at the back, sorry, four, which are the Phillips. I'm just going to take these off. One, two. So this removes the cover for the BB stop mechanism. So the concept being is obviously the BBs can't roll backwards because this sort of trapdoor, like what's on the VSR, falls down. On the VSR it's just called a BB stop, but yeah, it's effectively a stopper to obviously stop them rolling back. As the nozzle comes in, it basically lifts up the trapdoor, and then obviously it pushes the BBs through at the very same time. Then obviously as it retracts, trapdoor falls back down, BBs are on the left hand side, no more BBs are allowed to roll in there, or like I say, roll back out. It's just to stop you sort of just tilting the gun backwards, and obviously BBs coming backwards. So once they're loaded, they're trapped in there, and you can see the trapdoor mechanism on there. So obviously as the Tappet, as the nozzle comes in here, it pushes that up, BBs are allowed in, nozzle retracts, and obviously this pops back down, and we're just going to gently place that there with our 4 screws. So when we put that back on, we do have to pay attention to that. So we're going to basically slide forward this cover, so that will allow this top, so we'll take that all the way off because obviously got the barrels coming out. Then we get your nails underneath, and then we're just going to pop this top off, right, the top, and then our arms will fall out. So we've got a here's the cover, so the top tensioner. So we're going to be fitting our own tensioner in there, which is a flat version, because obviously we want to try and remove this barrel tensioner. Something with a point on it, that'll do. Okay, so you've got your standard TM barrel tensioner there, and we've got the nub which goes in over the top of it, which pushes it down, and then we're going to be changing that for our version. We're going to unclip these barrels. We need to get the unit down to, you see the angled arms here, which obviously you see the angle that they're at. Unclip. Okay, now we're going to pull forward. Righty, finally getting back to this. Apologies, it's been a bit of a delay. So you have to bear with me because I hate stopping and starting these things. like a flow, and then the flow getting interrupted. So we're clearly at obviously the stage of the barrels and hot rubbers. So we're going to be installing some Prometheus ones and some Prometheus hot rubbers, because that is on the scope of work, which I have misplaced. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, so we've got Prometheus purple hot rubbers, and we've got the Type 2 purple arms, which are a little bit longer than the normal arms. So, because the R-hop rubbers and patches tend to put a lot of natural lift anyway, so you need a lot less pressure. But in this particular instance, like I say, we're using the Prometheus purple, so that's going to need the Type 2 arms. Righty, so I need some tweezers. Twist, pull, twist, pull. Ah. Right. You guys in there. You guys in there. The other ones. Right, hot rubbers and barrels. Ophelia. What do you catch in it? Right. Where's me rod? This flash hider should just unscrew. So it's worth pointing out that it's righty loosey, lefty tighty, which is the opposite of everything. So what I want to do is get this out. Flipping hell, just dropping everything, aren't I? Right. Ophelia. Phone. Damn it. It's a bit of a pain trying to line these up to make sure that obviously this C clip, you know, clicks in and so that the barrels are located in the correct position. You know, obviously too far this way, and obviously the hot rubber's going to be too far, you know, pushed in, bunched, you know, too far that way, and obviously the barrels are not seated in the right position, are they? I think it's just impossible for a gun tech to say that obviously each and every time that they do this, this is 100%, you know, done right. You just can't. It's just, you know, the proof is in the pudding. So obviously it's you try your best to get this right, but three times the barrels, three times the problems, eh? But they're looking pretty straight. There's no real alignment clips on these, unfortunately, other than the left and right, you know, slotting in place. Doesn't have a top alignment clip like on the NGRS. So we slip the cover back on. So these should be labelled left and right. So left. Just a bit of grease on the insides just to hold them in place for when you're locating the cover. So R, right, just because they're different lengths. For the different lengths of that one's a bit lower than this one's higher, so you want the tall one on the left and short one on the right. Obviously we need a this flat nub. I'd ideally like to have like some kind of a hard rubber, but you know, needs must. There you go. So that's now going to be pressing down flat, and then we've got the two flat arms now on the other side. So we're trying to make it obviously as flat across the board as realistically we can. Now we've got the cover, which will go over the top of. So try and balance that neatly so that the arms just taking some of the pressure off that. It's clearly been wound up. Right, so that should hold the top section now with the bottom section. So we want to be careful when putting this one on because we need to locate it evenly. and if you don't quite get it in the right position, you can break it. And you tighten these up, so try and do them evenly in each corner, and slowly. Yeah, you don't want to over tighten them, just nip them up tight. That's what you don't want to do, is obviously break the lugs off. We had that on one of the Seamer ones we were working on, just constant nightmare. There we are. So that was slightly trapped underneath there, so obviously we've just moved this to make sure that that's not trapped and holding this top section up. Okay, so we can pop it back into here, and then we're going to be checking the length against obviously the so we just want a smidge of this on the, like I say, the edges of the countersunk. So the official length for the barrels is 270. Obviously nobody makes a 270, so unfortunately we have to fit 275. So we know they're just going to come a smidge into the thing, but that does mean obviously we have to modify the barrel support. So we will do that now. Basically, when you put this in here, obviously it hits against the barrel support. I won't allow it to go all the way on, so we need it to ever so slightly just poke in there a little bit. And I need some pliers. on it. Okay, so we're looking for like 8.7 maybe, 8.6. And we've got currently 7, so we need to get an 8.5 at least to get through there. That's what we can do. Too small. That might work quite well. It's a bit hot. That's when you go slightly too big, isn't it? Might work alright. Go back to that one. Before you put it all in the gun, you want to make sure that obviously you know, this is going to fit on here first. If it doesn't, there's no point wasting your time. Pretty sure we're going to have to go a bit further. Right. There you go. goes, eh? So it's popping back in there, and hopefully that is going to work. So this goes there. This goes back on here. And nope. Damn it. Get some more off that. It's a pain in the butt. Okay, so we've got the barrels seated in the end there, and we're just going to put obviously the screws back in. So these are spare bits left over. Can go back on the end there. But doing one section at a time, you're making sure that obviously not at any point, if you know what I mean, there's only a certain amount of screws on the table. Whereas if, like I say, you do the barrel section and the rear section, it just becomes a giant mess of screws. Longer ones. So what you can do is obviously obvious things like obviously checking the functionality of that, just to make sure that that's spinning. But you can also run this gearbox. Well, this is the Roman. So now we've got the fun of fault finding this. There's no fuse in there. Like I say, it's a waste of time. So we can see how it's working. Yay. Before we move further. No crazy explosions or breakages because of things being jammed or not quite in the same position. So now what we'll do, we'll introduce the complexity that is BB's feeding. T10. Sport. Should be little guides. Should be there and there. Yeah. This is self-tapping, so they should hold themselves in. support bracket, and this should have a little cutout here so that we can get this wires so they're not trapped. You don't want them over the top of each other so that they're pinched. So 1, 2. So this one back. Okay, so make sure that obviously you're in safe after we played about with it. Get your trigger in. We should just be able to click all this into place. Just double check your fire selectors moving there. You know, if it's horrible and weird, you might need to, if it's second hand, pull it apart and service that assembly. So okay, just make sure you get your screws in the correct holes. You see these ones go here. Well, I don't like working on the second-hand ones of these because people put all the screws in the wrong places. At least with obviously controlling the process on a brand new one, you know everything's going to be in the right place. So these, we're going to tip these out. We're going to slot this in. Be really careful about obviously knocking this magazine release. Obviously that's just nothing really holding that in at all. Obviously we're not going to put anything on the threads, but we want to put a little bit of red Loctite on the surface. Just smush it around on the top surface area. That way we've got it underneath the edge, but not on the threads. I imagine a representative of Loctite would be able to better inform me about these different ones. There is an entire catalogue of them. It's probably an appropriate one I could get for being on the threads, but until then I'm just happy just to pop it under the surface, and it just keeps it from unwinding. so we need to get all this rear assembly back together. Just be careful because we're going to have a few screws now scattered around. So we've got top and bottom sections which we want to clip into place. So okay, there's a Dean's connector requested for this end here, so I'm probably going to put that on there before I move further forward, just because obviously the more I put on here, the more it's going to restrict my access to around that area. I personally prefer the mini Tamiya connectors. They just fit a bit easier in these, but I understand the concept of wanting Deans. Oh, big bong at the door. Like need it raised a bit, don't I? strong, is it? Oh, it's getting there, isn't it? Might even be on camera now. Little stuff like fanning around this, trying to put it on a camera that you think stuff like that's probably not worth doing the videos, not when we're behind work wise, but done it. Okay, so red should reach there. Ophelia. of video. So top, bottom. I want to make sure that obviously these wires are underneath. I want the top section just coming above it. There should be 2 flat screws. Maybe I'll bag them up. Well, what did I want? Never mind, I've put everything all neatly in a line. There we go. So probably should have test fit this before I put the top section on so you can sort of see it as it's pushing in. Seems to be fitting nicely, to be honest. Obviously with the Dean's connector in there, you need it to sit flush, so which means you might have to break these prongs off. Normally you'd clip the mini Tamiya down the side of it. I might be able to do something like that. So obviously if we were fully reassembling it, you know, I'd like to test this, you know, so before I go any further really, but obviously for the purposes of, you know, finishing off the video, obviously you want to pop on this top section, clip it into place, put the remaining screws in there, and then obviously put the remaining that on the underside of that. But we'll probably do it a bit later, you know, so but just for my particular where I'm at right now, you know, this needs to go and get range tested, and then I can carry on reassembling this once I've got some testing results. So it's going to go on a testing bench shelf, and I'll test that tomorrow. And we'll carry on this video, you know, hopefully just go maybe straight to testing, or maybe I'll do the final build up. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Alright, thank you. Okay, so I just carried on with some SGR12 work. There was a separate order come through for the SGR12 new build, to have a box mag done with the you know, with like a remote conversion on it, so I'm just going to do that. As painful as it is doing everything on camera, I'm trying to document all the work, even though it's a chore not having the radio on. So we want to undo this end cap. What we need is the connector off it. So we need to get this mounted. What's that? Where is my drill bit?
connectors. On the big side you can use smaller ones, but nice and easy to connect, disconnect. I mean, the voltage, you know, technically I suppose you could say that voltage is going to be on the other side, so like maybe like this one on this side, but it's only going round in a single loop, and it's only, you know, little bloody AAA batteries, I think like 9 volts, something like that. This is not a lot, so we need to shorten this obviously so it's much shorter. I don't really have any sort of dimensions specifically that I use. I just try and make sure that so it's around about that sort of size. Obviously we're going to put this red one at the top, and then we're going to have a matching black one, but just a little bit longer. Looks about right, doesn't it? Okay, so we'll start with tinning these. I say, this one looks fantastic. This one just looks, ugh. It's just not getting enough heat to really get it sort of flowing. Ugh. Just thought I'd add it in. Hey. Side needs cleaning up though. Unfortunately, if you do it attached to this, obviously you get a lot of heat transfer, you know, going through here, you know, which obviously makes it harder to then solder on here. The problem is, obviously, if you don't, then this won't hold in place, and you have a possibility of moving all these switches around internally. It all just becomes liquid plastic. Yeah, it's fun. So if we've got this done, obviously we can test it all before it all goes in. We should now be able to prepare the other part. So okay, so thus far they're all the same size screws. Okay, so a slightly longer one now, so we need to graffiti on this. That's the long version. L, yeah, so for long, and then obviously these ones are going to be M for medium. Okay, short. Self-tapping threads, so obviously you know, just be careful when putting them back in. So medium, long. Let's see if we can put this out. Never know. think this pretty sure this short one didn't need to come out, technically speaking. Just holds that tray in place on the inside there. Right, so that's what we're going to wire to. So I'll do this first for the so obviously one's going to have to be slightly longer. Okay, we want to tin these tips. So, we're just going to clamp that. Just give it a bit of a yank. So we want it to be robust enough to withstand customers. No offence. I like to give it like a little bit of a sort of curl. So in theory that's prepped. Obviously we'll need to get some batteries out and just double check that everything's all working. So obviously this we're going to have to do somewhere around here. I like to get the gold ring So obviously it is going to have to secure on this side. Sort of between okay, because when we put this back in, it goes on the inside of it. It doesn't have to be like right up, but I like to try and be close-ish to that edge there. You know, while obviously keeping like in line between there and there, so that obviously it's around about there. Okay, so that gives you your centre hole to drill through for your pilot. So that's probably going to be easier, obviously access on this side. Done with our one now, so we can just pop that away. Okay, so 10.5, maybe a bit more. very close-ish. More. Sure, that's 10. Might be a little too big, that one. Oh, so close. Well, shit on me. Excellent. Look tight. want something on this other side of it just to prevent it turning. Yeah, that's enough. Right, Loctite should do the rest on that. Okay, so I've got a plastic cover there, it popped off from somewhere, probably the plastic latch. Where's that gone? Well, there's another bit to that. Where's that gone? Fell off or what? So again, before you obviously carry on, you know, assembling it, you probably want to test and see some batteries in it. There we go, and just to make sure, Obviously the other button works as well as this one does, yeah? There we go. Yeah, we always happily give out obviously any of the methods and stuff that we use, you know, to the internet. So you're always welcome to use them yourselves. Obviously, in our experience, you know, people don't want to sit and do this stuff at home, but the knowledge is there if you want to give it a go. It's like I can technically buy a Haynes manual and do the brake pads on my car myself. I don't do that. I take it to Hyundai. It's just the world we're in. We don't ever expect to lose business. If anything, it gains us more business because people can see how knowledgeable we are. Even if we do say so ourselves. Separate out those long ones, it'll be easier then. And for the purposes of the video, that's it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put batteries in this, put some BBs into it. I'm going to go and test and shoot the gun just to make sure everything's all good. Hello, Richard speaking from EagleSix Airsoft. We're going to test in this TM SGR12 after we've done some work on it. So we've done our range testing and we're happy with accuracy on 0.25s at distance. We're getting 260 FPS when measured with 3 BBs across a chronograph, and we're getting 290 with single BBs going across the chronograph. So it's very difficult to sort of say, depending on which method you measure it, as to which one we're going to go for. So the customer's decided that this is an okay, and it's all obviously substantially more than the stock FPS, because obviously stock FPS is only about 240 on a 0.2. Across 3 barrels, yeah. So obviously this is raised quite substantially, because it's now 260 on 3s. Sorry, on 225s. So much better. You know, obviously we still recommend obviously heavier ammos, but the customer's preference is 2.5s for these. So that's what we've been doing the testing on. And there's always room for future stuff. Obviously we've done a large amount of internal strength upgrades and speed upgrades and stuff. So obviously, you know, it's all future proofed, you know, with regards to all the strength stuff. So and springs are interchangeable, so not easily, but
you know they are, and you know, obviously there's room for future FPS should you need it, but otherwise internally we've done so we've got upgraded power spring, obviously the EagleSix M90, we've got the Prometheus 3 Prometheus hot rubbers, we've got the EagleSix flat nub and hub arms. We've got 3 Prometheus Type 4 barrels in there. We have the RetroArms piston, we've got the RetroArms bushings, we've got the Solink motor. We've also installed the upgraded gears, which I don't believe are on the invoice, so I might need to just invoice you for those. But we've got the stronger gears internally inside. So we've got the yeah, and that's it, I think. So obviously the interconnector on the end, and then we just want to demonstrate it working on this drum mag that we've made with the modified you know, switch that's on there. Drum mag. So these SGR12s, yeah, we do occasionally get the odd misfeed on single shot, so that's normal. Just keep on firing, if you know what I mean. It's when you fit the mid caps, it completely removes the problem. So it's something we haven't quite figured out with regards to drum mags, and obviously feeding them as fast as the gun. It's just the nature of you know, what we call box mags woes, you know, high cap woes. You always have that with eccentricities with high caps and various airsoft guns. So yeah, it's like I say, it's all good and all working. Like I say, it fires much further than the standard gun does. Obviously with the barrels that we've brought in, obviously fires much harder, fires quicker. Obviously with the brushless motor that's inside there. I did mention that, didn't I? Brushless, yeah, brushless motor. So the Solink Advanced brushless, the short version in the 31K. So that is you know, significantly more efficient than the standard motor that's inside there. I think that's fine on that rate of fire without needing to go more on the 31K. And yeah, so yeah, all good. We hope you enjoy. Any problems, let us know. Thank you.